Dear friend, welcome to this gentle journey. Tonight, we open our hearts to two great virtues that flow like an endless river: patience and forgiveness. These are qualities that soften the sharp edges of life, that cool the heat of anger, and that bring rest to the restless mind. Patience is the ability to wait without agitation, to endure without resentment. It is like the great ocean that receives every river, calm and vast, never overflowing. Forgiveness is the letting go of anger, the release of bitterness. It is like the breeze that clears away storm clouds, revealing once again the open sky. Without patience, every delay feels unbearable. Without forgiveness, every wound becomes heavy to carry. But with them, life becomes lighter, softer, more spacious. The Buddha taught that patience is one of the greatest forms of strength, not the strength of fists or weapons, but the strength of a heart that does not break under insult or pain. And forgiveness is its companion, a gift not only to others, but most deeply to ourselves. In this series of stories, we will walk slowly through gardens of wisdom, hearing tales of monks and kings, farmers and children, rivers and bamboo groves. Each tale is a reminder that anger does not need to rule us, that grudges can be released, and that true peace is found not in holding on, but in letting go. As you listen, you may notice your own breath slowing, your body softening, your thoughts drifting like waves on the sea. That is the gift of these teachings. They are not only lessons for the mind, but medicine for the heart. The Buddha once said, "Hatred is never ended by hatred. Only by love is hatred ended. This is the eternal law." These words are simple yet profound. They remind us that patience and forgiveness are not weaknesses, but powers that transform suffering into peace. Take a deep breath in and release it slowly. Again, inhale patience. Exhale forgiveness. With each breath, imagine the ocean. Waves rise, but they always fall back into stillness. Storms come, but they always pass. The ocean remains vast and calm. Your heart can be like this ocean. Breathing in, you invite patience. Breathing out, you release forgiveness. As the night unfolds, let these stories guide you into softness. Each one is a candle in the dark, reminding you that you are safe, that you can let go, that you are free. So rest now. Let patience wash over you like cool water. Let forgiveness open your heart like the dawn. And as you listen, may you find peace, may you find rest, may you fall gently into sleep. Now, dear friend, let us begin. Our first story awaits, The Monk and the Storm, where we will learn how calmness in the face of fury can turn even the wildest tempest into silence. The Monk and the Storm. High in the mountains stood a small monastery. The days there were usually calm, filled with the sound of chanting, the songs of birds, and the rustling of pine trees in the wind. Yet nature, in her wisdom, sometimes reminded the monks of her power. One summer evening, the sky began to darken. Heavy clouds gathered over the peaks, turning gold sunlight into gray shadow. The air grew still, as though the earth itself was holding its breath. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the trees, bending their branches. Lightning flashed across the horizon, followed by the rolling roar of thunder. The novices hurried indoors, their eyes wide with fear. The oldest of them whispered, "Master, the storm is coming. The sky is angry. What if the winds destroy our home?" The elder monk sat calmly in meditation. His posture was steady, his breath slow. He opened his eyes and smiled gently. "Yes, the storm is coming. Sit with me and watch." The novices gathered around him. The storm grew louder. Rain lashed against the wooden walls like 1,000 drumming hands. The roof creaked, the shutters shook, and each crash of thunder made the younger monks tremble. One novice covered his ears. "Master, how can you sit so calmly? The storm is fierce. Do you not feel fear?" The elder folded his hands in his lap. His voice was soft, yet carried clearly over the storm. The storm outside cannot disturb the calm inside unless we allow it to. Patience is like a shelter no wind can break. Fear rises like storm clouds, but with patience, we sit and wait, knowing that no storm lasts forever. The monks listened. Slowly, their breathing deepened, their trembling eased. Though the storm raged outside, within the hall there was stillness. Hours passed. The storm unleashed its fury, and then, as all storms must, it began to fade. The thunder grew distant. The rain softened into a drizzle. Finally, the clouds broke apart, and the moon shone quietly through the window. The elder looked at his students. "You see, my children, the storm could not last. It came, it roared, and it passed. This is the nature of all storms, whether in the sky or in the heart. Patience is the strength to endure without breaking. When you remain calm, no storm can harm you." The novices bowed their heads, their fear replaced by understanding. From that day on, whenever storms gathered in the mountains, they remembered their master's words. The Buddha once said, "Patience is the highest practice. The one who endures with calm is the one who is truly strong." This story is also for us. Life often brings storms, not of wind and rain, but of anger, disappointment, or loss. In such moments, fear and frustration roar like thunder. Yet patience is the calm heart within, the shelter that no storm can shake. To be patient is not to fight against the storm, but to trust that it will pass, leaving the sky clear once more. Meditation with the storm. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it gently. Again, inhale calm, exhale fear. With each breath in, imagine yourself sitting in a quiet temple. With each breath out, imagine the storm outside. Wind, rain, thunder, yet within, all is still. Breathing in, you feel your heart steady. Breathing out, you let the storm pass through you without harm. Now imagine the storm fading, the clouds parting, and the moon shining again. You smile softly, knowing patience has carried you through. Perhaps tonight you face storms of your own, worries that shake you, anger that burns, fears that thunder in your chest. Let this story remind you, no storm lasts forever. Patience is your shelter. Forgiveness is your calm. Storms will come, but they will also pass. The disciples who first heard this parable remembered it well. When tempers flared, they did not shout. When fear arose, they did not run. They remembered the storm on the mountain and sat patiently until peace returned. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine lying safely in a quiet room while rain falls outside. The storm comes and goes, but within, your heart remains calm. You breathe gently. You rest deeply. In patience, you find rest. In forgiveness, you find freedom. Now, dear friend, let us continue to the next story, The Farmer and the Quarrel, where patience in conflict teaches us the quiet power of silence over anger. The Farmer and the Quarrel. At the foot of the mountains, near a winding river, there lived a humble farmer. His days were guided by the rhythm of nature. At sunrise, he walked to his fields, carrying his plow upon his shoulder. He sowed seeds, tended the soil, and sang softly to himself as he worked. His life was simple, yet filled with quiet joy. One year, after the spring floods, the river shifted its course. The water swept away stones that had long marked the boundary between his field and that of his neighbor. When the floods receded, the two men looked upon the land and saw uncertainty. The farmer believed the land still belonged to him. The neighbor claimed that nature had redrawn the boundary in his favor. At first, their words were calm, but as the days passed, the disagreement grew sharper. The neighbor began to shout. He hurled insults across the field. Sometimes, in anger, he threw stones onto the farmer's land. The farmer's friends urged him to fight back. "Do not be weak," they said. "Answer insult with insult. Defend what is yours." But the farmer remembered the words of the Buddha. He bowed his head and remained silent. One afternoon, as the farmer bent over his crops, the neighbor stormed across the field. His face was red, his fists clenched. He shouted, "Coward! Why do you never answer me? Why do you let me insult you? Do you fear me so much?" The farmer looked up calmly. His voice was quiet, but steady. "Friend, if a man offers a gift, and the gift is not accepted, to whom does the gift belong?" The neighbor blinked in surprise. "To the one who offered it, of course." The farmer smiled gently. "So it is with anger. You offer me anger, but I do not accept it. It remains with you." The neighbor froze. His fists loosened. His voice faltered. The fire of his anger, finding no place to burn, began to die. He turned away, confused and ashamed. In the days that followed, the quarrel faded. The neighbor, seeing the farmer's patience, slowly began to soften. In time, they found ways to share the land peacefully. What had once been a boundary of conflict became a place where they worked side by side. The Buddha once said, "Hatred is never ended by hatred. Hatred is ended only by love. This is an eternal truth." This story is also for us. In our lives, quarrels often arise. At home, at work, or in the world outside. Harsh words are spoken. Anger is thrown like stones. Our first impulse is to strike back. Yet anger answered with anger only multiplies suffering. Patience is like a shield that no insult can pierce. Forgiveness is like cool water poured upon the fire. When we choose not to accept anger, it cannot harm us. It remains with the one who sent it. Meditation with patience in conflict. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it softly. Again, inhale calm, exhale anger. With each breath in, imagine someone shouting before you. With each breath out, imagine their anger as a burning coal falling to the ground because you do not pick it up. Breathing in, you remain steady. Breathing out, you release the quarrel. Now imagine silence replacing the shouting. Imagine peace returning, like soft rain falling on dry earth. Perhaps tonight you carry the memory of an argument, words spoken in haste that still echo in your mind. Let this story remind you you do not need to carry those words. If you do not accept them, they remain with the one who spoke them. You are free. The disciples who heard this parable remembered it always. When insults came their way, they did not respond with anger. When quarrels arose, they practiced silence. In their patience, anger dissolved. In their forgiveness, peace returned. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine standing in a quiet field at sunset. The wind stirs the crops, and the air is calm. Words of anger drift toward you like dry leaves, but you do not grasp them. They fall to the ground and are carried away by the breeze. You breathe deeply. You rest softly. In patience, you find peace. In forgiveness, you are free. Now, dear friend, let us continue to the next tale, The Bamboo That Bends, where patience and flexibility, like bamboo swaying in the wind, show us the strength of gentle endurance. The Bamboo That Bends. Beyond the monastery walls stretched a grove of bamboo. Tall and slender, their stalks rose toward the sky, their green leaves whispering in the breeze. In the mornings, when the sun was soft and golden, the monks often walked there to reflect in silence. The grove was simple, yet it carried a quiet strength that seemed to speak without words. One afternoon, as the master and his young novice walked through the grove, the boy looked around curiously. "Master," he asked, "why do we care so much for bamboo here? It has no flowers for offering, no fruits to eat. What lesson does bamboo teach us?" The master smiled and rested his hand on one of the stalks, which swayed gently though the wind was strong. "Watch closely, my son. The bamboo bends, but it does not break. That is the lesson." That evening, dark clouds gathered above the mountains. The wind rose, whistling through the valleys. By nightfall, a storm raged over the land. Rain poured down in torrents. Trees swayed violently, their branches cracking in the furious gusts. The novices lay awake, listening with fear to the roaring wind. When dawn arrived, the storm had passed. The young monks hurried outside to see what remained. Great trees had been torn from the earth, their roots exposed to the sky. Branches littered the ground. Yet, in the bamboo grove, the stalks stood unharmed. They had bent low in the storm, swaying with the wind, but when the sky cleared, they rose again, tall and unbroken. The novice stared in amazement. "Master, The mighty trees are destroyed, but the slender bamboo remains. How is this possible? The elder monk's eyes were calm. Because the trees resisted the storm. They stood rigid, refusing to yield, and so they snapped. But the bamboo yielded. It bent with the wind, and so it survived. This is patience. To resist is to break. To yield is to endure. The boy frowned thoughtfully. So, Master, bending means giving up. Is patience only weakness? The elder shook his head. No, my son. Patience is not weakness. It is the strength to remain gentle even when struck. It is the courage to endure without hatred. Anyone can be rigid with anger, but it takes true strength to be soft. The bamboo seems delicate, yet it outlasts the storm. That is patience. That is forgiveness. The boy's heart grew lighter. He touched one of the stalks and felt its smooth surface, still wet from the rain. He bowed quietly to the bamboo. The Buddha once said, "As a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, so the wise are not moved by blame or praise." This story is also for us. How often do we meet storms in our lives? Harsh words, unfair treatment, delays, or disappointments? Our first instinct is to resist, to harden, to fight back. Yet this only makes us snap under pressure. Patience is bending without breaking, like bamboo swaying in the wind. Forgiveness is releasing anger so we can return to stillness. Meditation with the bamboo. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it gently. Again, inhale strength, exhale resistance. With each breath in, imagine yourself standing as a stalk of bamboo in a grove. With each breath out, imagine the wind pressing against you and feel yourself bending gently, never breaking. Breathing in, you feel rooted deep in the earth. Breathing out, you sway with the storm. Now imagine the storm fading. The wind grows still. The sky clears. You rise again, tall and calm, unharmed by the storm. Perhaps tonight you carry storms of your own, words that cut, delays that frustrate, losses that weigh heavy. Let this story remind you, you do not need to resist until you break. Bend. Be patient. Forgive. Like the bamboo, you will rise again when the storm has passed. The disciples who heard this parable remembered it always. When anger arose, they did not harden their hearts. When sorrow came, they did not despair. They bent with patience, forgave with gentleness, and found peace that no storm could take away. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine walking through a bamboo grove after the rain. The stalks sway softly, whispering in the breeze. You breathe deeply, swaying with them, feeling flexible, soft, and unbreakable. In patience, you find strength. In forgiveness, you are free. Now, dear friend, let us continue to the next story. The King Who Chose Mercy, where the power of forgiveness transforms fear into compassion. The King Who Chose Mercy. Long ago, in a vast kingdom surrounded by rivers and mountains, there lived a king feared for his temper. His palace was magnificent, with tall marble columns and golden roofs that gleamed beneath the sun. Yet inside the palace, there was little warmth. People walked in silence, careful not to offend him, for the king was known to be quick in anger and harsh in judgment. One morning, the guards brought before him a thief who had been caught stealing grain from the royal storehouse. The man was thin and ragged, trembling as he was pushed into the great hall. His face bore the marks of hunger, his eyes the desperation of a father who had no food for his family. The chief advisor bowed deeply before the throne. Your Majesty, this man has stolen from the crown. Let him be punished, so that all may learn fear and obedience. The thief fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. Great King, he cried, forgive me. My children have not eaten for days. Hunger blinded me. I did not steal out of greed, but out of despair. Have mercy. The hall grew still. The courtiers whispered among themselves. Some called for punishment. Others pitied the man. All eyes turned to the king, who sat in silence, his brow furrowed. In the past, he would not have hesitated. Many times before, he had ordered harsh punishments without a second thought. Yet something within him shifted. He remembered the words of a wandering monk who had once visited his court. Anger is fire, mercy is water. Choose which you will carry. The king looked down at the thief, trembling and broken. He saw not a criminal, but a man suffering. Slowly, he rose from his throne, and his voice, when it came, was steady but gentle. Bring food and clothing for this man, he commanded. Feed his family. Let him work in the royal gardens, where his labor will earn him bread. Let no punishment fall upon him today. The court gasped. The advisors exchanged worried glances. One stepped forward boldly. Your Majesty, if you show mercy, others may think you are weak. They will take advantage. The king's eyes grew firm. No, true weakness is to be ruled by anger. Strength is in restraint. This man does not need punishment, he needs compassion. The thief broke into tears, bowing low. "Mercy, mercy," he whispered. "You have saved not only me, but my children. I will serve you faithfully until my last breath." From that day, the king changed. He began to temper justice with kindness. When disputes arose, he listened patiently before judging. When mistakes were made, he offered forgiveness, where before he would have struck in anger. His people no longer feared him, they loved him. His strength was no longer measured in punishments, but in his ability to forgive. The Buddha once said, "Conquer anger with patience, conquer evil with good, conquer the miser with generosity, and the liar with truth." This story is also for us. In moments when we hold power, whether as rulers of kingdoms, leaders of homes, or simply in daily encounters, we face a choice. Will we answer anger with anger, or will we answer with patience and mercy? To forgive is not weakness. It is strength, for it frees us from the chains of hatred and frees others from despair. Meditation with mercy. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it softly. Again, inhale compassion, exhale anger. With each breath in, imagine a heart glowing warmly within your chest. With each breath out, imagine that warmth spreading outward, softening harshness, healing wounds. Breathing in, you see clearly the suffering of another. Breathing out, you let go of judgment, offering patience instead. Now, imagine yourself as the king in the great hall. Before you kneels someone who has wronged you. In the past, you might have punished them, but today, you extend your hand, lifting them with kindness. Both of you are free. Perhaps tonight, you carry anger against someone who has hurt you. Their words or actions may echo still in your mind. Let this story remind you, anger is heavy, but forgiveness is light. Mercy does not erase the past, but it heals the present. When you forgive, you free two hearts at once, theirs and your own. The disciples who heard this parable remembered it always. When anger flared in their hearts, they thought of the king who once ruled with fear but chose mercy instead. They too discovered that patience and forgiveness are more enduring than punishment, more powerful than fear. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine yourself not as a king of lands and armies, but as a king of your own heart. In your throne room, anger approaches, but you choose mercy, you choose forgiveness, and in that choice, you find peace. In patience, you rest. In forgiveness, you are free. Now, dear friend, let us continue to the next tale, The Broken Pot, where patience with imperfection reveals beauty hidden in what first seems flawed. The Broken Pot. In a small village, not far from the monastery, lived a humble water bearer. Each morning, before the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, he placed a wooden pole across his shoulders. At each end hung a clay pot, one on the right and one on the left. With slow steps, he walked down the steep path to the river. The journey was long. Birds stirred in the trees. Mist floated above the fields, and the cool air wrapped around him like a cloak. He filled both pots with river water, balanced them carefully, and carried them back up the hill to his master's house. One of the pots was perfect, round and strong. It always delivered a full load. The other had a long, thin crack along its side. By the time the water bearer reached the house, that pot had lost half its contents, leaving only a small amount behind. This went on day after day, year after year. The perfect pot was proud of its work. The cracked pot, however, grew heavy with shame. Each morning, as it dripped along the path, it whispered to itself, "I am useless. I am broken. I am nothing but a burden." One morning, as the water bearer lifted his pole to begin the climb back up the hill, the cracked pot finally spoke. Its voice trembled. "Master," it said, "forgive me. I am ashamed. Each day I fail you. I leak half my water before we reach the house. Work beside the perfect pot, yet I can never be like it. Why do you keep me at all?" The water bearer stopped and set the pole down. His eyes were kind as he looked at the pot. "My dear pot," he said gently, "you do not see clearly. Come with me today and look carefully along the path as we walk." The pot was puzzled, but it obeyed. As they walked up the hill, the pot noticed something it had never seen before. Along its side of the path, the earth was covered with blossoms. Wildflowers of yellow, violet, and blue swayed in the breeze. Bees hummed. Butterflies danced. On the other side, where the perfect pot had walked for years, the ground was bare. When they reached the top, the water bearer smiled. "Do you see? I knew of your crack all along. I planted flower seeds on your side of the path. Each day, as you leaked water, you nourished them. For 2 years I have gathered these flowers to brighten my master's table. Without your flaw, this beauty would not exist." The cracked pot grew silent. For the first time, it did not feel shame. Its brokenness, it realized, had been a gift. What it thought was failure had, in truth, created beauty. The Buddha once said, "As rain falls on both the cracked and the unbroken, so compassion embraces all beings." This story is also for us. So often, we see only our flaws. We compare ourselves to those who seem perfect, stronger, more capable, more complete. We tell ourselves we are broken. Yet it is often through our cracks that kindness, wisdom, and beauty flow into the world. Patience with ourselves means accepting our imperfections. Forgiveness means letting go of shame. In this acceptance, we find peace. Meditation with the broken pot. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it softly. Again, inhale acceptance. Exhale shame. With each breath in, imagine yourself as a clay pot. With each breath out, imagine water flowing gently through your cracks, nourishing the earth around you. Breathing in, you honor your wholeness. Breathing out, you honor your flaws. Now, imagine flowers blooming along your path. Flowers that could not exist without your cracks. You smile softly, knowing that what you once called weakness is in truth a gift. Perhaps tonight you carry regret for mistakes you have made, or shame for not being perfect. Let this story remind you, even your flaws can serve a purpose. What you think of as brokenness may be the very thing through which life brings beauty. The disciples who heard this parable remembered it always. They no longer feared their imperfections, nor judged others for theirs. Instead, they practiced patience and forgiveness with themselves and with the world. In this way, they discovered that beauty often blooms from brokenness. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine walking slowly up a hillside path at dawn. One pot leaks water, and along its side, flowers bloom in the morning light. You breathe gently, smiling softly, knowing that imperfection is not failure. It is part of the path. In patience, you accept yourself. In forgiveness, you are free. Now, dear friend, let us continue to the next tale, The Boat on the River, where patience and forgiveness carry us safely across life's ever-flowing waters. The Boat on the River. Near the monastery flowed a wide and gentle river. Its waters reflected the sky, sometimes calm and blue, sometimes silver under the moon, sometimes golden with the setting sun. The river was the lifeblood of the villages along its banks, Children played in its shallows, fishermen cast their nets, and travelers crossed its waters in wooden boats that creaked softly as they moved. One morning, a monk and his young disciple boarded a small boat to cross the river. The air was cool. The mist rose from the surface like thin veils, and the oarsmen rowed with steady strokes. The novice gazed at the water rippling beside the boat. The world felt peaceful, quiet, and safe. But peace does not always last. Halfway across, another boat came drifting quickly down the current. Before anyone could react, it struck their boat with a loud crash, sending water splashing over the sides. The novice leapt up, his face burning with anger. "Who dares crash into us? What careless fool is steering that boat?" His voice shook with fury. The elder monk looked calmly toward the other vessel. It was empty. The river alone had carried it downstream. The master placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Do you see, my son? At first you believed someone had struck us, and your heart filled with anger. But now that you see the boat is empty, your anger disappears. It was your mind that created the enemy." The novice sat down slowly, shame coloring his cheeks. "But Master, why does my anger rise so quickly, even before I know the truth?" The elder smiled gently. "Because the mind clings to the idea of me and you. When struck, it cries, 'I have been harmed.' Yet life is like this river. Many boats drift upon it, carried by unseen currents. Some bump against us, not from hatred, but from chance, or from the weight of their own burdens. If we can see them as empty, anger has no place to stay." The boy watched the empty boat drift farther down the river until it disappeared into the mist. Slowly, he felt his anger dissolve. In its place came understanding and a strange lightness in his chest. The Buddha once said, "When you let go of anger, you sleep peacefully. When you let go of anger, you wake with joy. When you let go of anger, you walk lightly upon the earth." This story is also for us. How often do we feel as if life strikes us? Someone speaks harshly and we flare with anger. Someone forgets us and we feel hurt. Yet so often these boats are empty. People act not from malice, but from their own suffering, ignorance, or confusion. If we can see this, patience arises naturally, and forgiveness flows like the river. Meditation with the empty boat. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it softly. Again, inhale calm, exhale anger. With each breath in, imagine yourself sitting in a quiet boat on a wide river. With each breath out, Imagine the current carrying you gently forward. Now, imagine another boat colliding with yours. At first, anger rises, but when you look, you see it is empty. You breathe out, releasing your anger. The boat drifts away. Breathing in, you rest in patience. Breathing out, you forgive and let go. Now imagine all the hurts you have carried, sharp words, unfair actions, old wounds. Each one is a boat. One by one, you see they are empty, carried by currents beyond your control. You smile softly, letting them drift downstream. Perhaps tonight you still carry anger from the past. Someone's words, someone's actions may echo within you. Let this story remind you. Holding on to anger is like clutching an anchor. It only pulls you down. But forgiveness is like setting the boat free. It carries you across the river with ease. The disciples who heard this parable remembered it well. When insulted, they did not reply in rage. When harmed, they forgave. They saw each pain as an empty boat, and they let it pass. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine yourself floating down a calm river at dusk. The air is cool, the water steady, the sky painted with fading light. A boat bumps into yours, but you smile, seeing it is empty. You breathe deeply, you rest gently, you let go. In patience, you flow like water. In forgiveness, you are free. Now, dear friend, let us move forward to the next tale, The Patient Gardener, where steady care and gentle waiting reveal the quiet fruits of patience. The Patient Gardener. At the far edge of a quiet village lived an old gardener. His house was small, with walls of clay and a roof of thatch. Behind it stretched a plot of land that he tended with great care. Rows of vegetables sprouted in the earth. Fruit trees spread their branches, and herbs filled the air with fragrance. Every morning, long before the sun rose, he stepped into his garden, carrying a wooden bucket of water. The villagers often mocked him. "Why do you waste your time?" they said. "Your soil is rocky. The weeds grow faster than your crops, and you are too old to see real harvests." They shook their heads at his bent back and weathered hands. But the gardener only smiled. "The earth teaches patience," he said gently. "A seed does not bloom in a day. It waits. It drinks water. It feels the sun, and slowly it grows." One year, the rains came late. The ground split into cracks, and the young shoots withered in the heat. Many farmers abandoned their fields in despair, leaving the land bare. But the old gardener still rose each morning. He walked to the well, filled his bucket, and poured the water at the roots of each plant. His neighbors laughed louder. "You are foolish," they told him. "Why care for dying plants?" Yet he answered softly, "Patience. Life often hides beneath the soil, waiting." Another year, storms came early. Torrential rain washed away the seedlings he had just planted. Some farmers cursed the sky and threw down their tools. The gardener, though weary, planted again. He bent low to the soil and whispered, "Patience, little ones, grow again." Seasons of drought, seasons of flood, seasons of disappointment, all passed through his life. Yet the gardener did not abandon his care. Day after day, year after year, he tended his garden with steady love. Then, one spring, the conditions were just right. Gentle rains came, the sun shone warmly, and the soil was rich from years of his care. His garden blossomed. Trees bent heavy with fruit. Flowers bloomed in every corner, and herbs spread fragrance on the breeze. The villagers came to him in astonishment. "How did you succeed when we all failed? How did your garden flourish when ours lay barren?" The old man smiled. "Because I did not give up, I waited. I forgave the seasons for their harshness. I trusted that time, with patience, would bring life again." The Buddha once said, "Just as a farmer patiently waters his field, so too does the wise patiently cultivate the heart." This story is also for us. Life is often like a garden. We plant seeds of kindness, of effort, of love, but we want them to bloom immediately. When results do not come, we grow impatient. We curse our failures, yet the fruit of patience is never quick. It ripens slowly, in its own time. Forgiveness is part of this patience. Forgiving ourselves for mistakes, forgiving life for delays, forgiving others when they do not bloom as we wish. A patient heart is like fertile soil. In time, it brings forth fruit. Meditation with the garden. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it softly. Again, inhale patience. Exhale frustration. With each breath in, imagine placing a seed gently into the earth. With each breath out, imagine watering it with love. Breathing in, you feel the warmth of the sun shining on the soil. Breathing out, you trust the seed will grow in its own season. Now, imagine yourself walking through a garden in full bloom. Fruit hangs heavy from the trees. Flowers burst with color. The air is rich with fragrance. You smile softly, knowing this beauty came not from haste, but from steady patience. Perhaps tonight you are weary from waiting for healing, for peace, for change. Let this story remind you, the seeds you plant will bloom, though not always when you expect. Be patient, forgive the seasons, trust the process. The disciples who heard this parable remembered it always. They no longer rushed their practice, nor despaired when progress was slow. They tended their hearts like gardens, patient and steady. And in time, peace blossomed within them. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine yourself tending a garden at sunset. The soil is warm, the seedlings are small, and you water them gently, whispering, "Grow, little ones." You breathe slowly, smiling softly, knowing patience is enough. In patience, you plant peace. In forgiveness, you are free. Now, dear friend, let us continue to the next tale. The Forgiving Son, where the gentle power of forgiveness within a family heals wounds deeper than words. The Forgiving Son. In a village nestled between rice fields and forest paths, there lived a young man named Aaron. He was known for his gentle nature and for the way he cared for his aging mother. Yet his relationship with his father had always been difficult. Arun's father was a stern man, quick to anger and slow to show affection. He believed discipline was the only way to raise a child. When Arun was young, harsh words often filled their house. Sometimes, his father's anger left deep marks, not only on the walls, but also on the boy's heart. As Arun grew, he longed for kindness, for a smile or a gentle word, but those moments were rare. Resentment began to grow within him. Though he still respected his father, he carried the weight of old wounds. One year, after a long day in the fields, his father fell ill. The strong man, who once walked with a straight back, now lay weak on a mat, coughing and weary. Arun's mother wept softly as she prepared medicines, but nothing seemed to help. Arun sat at his father's side, torn between old anger and new compassion. "Why should I care for him?" a voice whispered inside. "He gave me so much pain. He never showed me love." But another voice arose, gentle and clear. Patience is greater than anger. Forgiveness is greater than resentment. To forgive is to free yourself. That night, Arun remembered a teaching of the Buddha. Holding on to anger is like grasping a burning coal with the intent of throwing it at another. You are the one who gets burned. Arun looked at his father's face, now lined with age and softened by suffering. In that moment, he saw not an enemy, but a fragile human being, bound by his own ignorance and pain. His father, too, had carried burdens he never knew how to lay down. The next morning, Aaron brought water, food, and medicine to his father. He spoke softly, "Rest, Father. I will care for you." His father opened his eyes in surprise. Tears welled up. For the first time in many years, he whispered, "My son, forgive me." Arun held his father's hand. "There is nothing to forgive. Let us begin again." In the days that followed, the bond between them changed. The harshness of the past dissolved. In its place grew a quiet tenderness. The father, humbled by illness, discovered love he had long hidden. The son, freed by forgiveness, felt peace blossom in his heart. This story is also for us. Within families, wounds often run deep. Words spoken in anger echo for years. Yet clinging to those wounds only deepens our suffering. Patience allows us to wait for hearts to soften. Forgiveness allows us to release the burden of the past. To forgive does not mean to forget or to excuse. It means to see clearly that all beings suffer, that all make mistakes, and to choose peace instead of anger. Meditation with forgiveness. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it gently. Again, inhale compassion. Exhale resentment. With each breath in, imagine someone from your past who has hurt you. With each breath out, imagine their anger, their harsh words, as heavy stones falling from your hands. Breathing in, you see their suffering. Breathing out, you release your burden. Now imagine yourself holding their hand, not in bitterness, but in peace. You whisper softly, "Let us begin again." Perhaps tonight you carry old wounds, memories of words or actions that left scars. Let this story remind you, forgiveness is not for the other alone. It is for yourself. When you forgive, your heart becomes light and peace returns like a long-awaited rain. The disciples who heard this parable remembered it always. When hurt by family or friends, they did not cling to bitterness. They practiced patience. They forgave. And in their forgiveness, they found freedom. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine sitting in a quiet room, holding the hand of someone you once resented. The air is calm, the anger has dissolved, and only peace remains. You breathe deeply, resting softly. In patience, you heal. In forgiveness, you are free. Now, dear friend, let us continue to the next tale, the anger and the ocean. where we learn how even the fiercest rage can dissolve when met with the vastness of patience. The anger and the ocean. One evening, as the sun sank toward the horizon, a monk and his young disciple walked along the shore. The waves rolled in with steady rhythm, their foam catching the fading light like threads of silver. The sky above burned with streaks of orange and gold, and the cries of seabirds echoed over the water. Yet despite the beauty of the scene, the young disciple's face was clouded with unease. At last, he blurted out, "Master, I am angry. A friend insulted me in front of others. His words pierce my mind again and again. Even now, I feel as though fire burns inside my chest. I cannot forgive him. Tell me, Master, how do I let go of this anger?" The elder monk stopped and looked out at the endless sea. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he turned to the boy and spoke softly, "Bring me a cup of salt." The disciple, puzzled, ran back to the village and returned with a small wooden cup filled with coarse grains. The master handed him a clay cup of clear water. "Now," the monk said, "pour the salt into this water and drink." The boy obeyed. He sipped, then spat it out with disgust. "Master, the water is bitter, sharp, and unbearable." The elder nodded. "Now take the same salt and throw it into the ocean." The boy walked to the shore, scattered the salt into the waves, and watched as the sea swallowed it without a trace. The master bent down, cupped ocean water in his hands, and offered it. "Now drink." The disciple tasted it. The water was cool, fresh, and unchanged. The master's eyes softened. "The amount of salt has not changed. What changed is the vessel. When your heart is small, even a single insult makes it bitter. But when your heart is vast, like the ocean, the same insult is nothing. Be patient, forgive. Expand your heart, and anger will dissolve, just as the salt vanishes into the sea." The boy looked out over the endless waves. The steady rhythm of the tide seemed to echo his master's words. Slowly, he felt the fire in his chest begin to fade. The insult, which had burned so sharply, now felt like a single grain of salt in a boundless ocean. The Buddha once said, "An angry man conquers himself by patience, just as the ocean swallows rivers and remains unmoved." This story is also for us. How often do we carry bitterness from small hurts? A sharp word from a stranger, a criticism from a friend, a memory from the past, small grains of salt that, when held in a tiny cup, poison the whole vessel. But if we expand our hearts, we see these insults for what they are: fleeting, dissolving, powerless. Patience is the act of widening the vessel. Forgiveness is the ocean itself, vast, deep, and unmoved by rivers that flow into it. Meditation with the ocean. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it gently. Again, inhale vastness, exhale anger. With each breath in, imagine your heart as a small glass filled with clear water. With each breath out, imagine dropping salt into it and tasting the bitterness. Breathing in again, see the glass expand into a wide bowl. Breathing out, see it expand further into a great lake. One more breath, and your heart becomes the ocean itself, endless, vast, infinite. Now, imagine all the salt of anger, all the insults, all the harsh words that have hurt you, dissolving completely in this vast ocean. No bitterness remains, only cool, clear water. Breathing in, you expand your heart. Breathing out, you forgive. Perhaps tonight you still carry old anger. Perhaps someone's words or actions echo within you, bitter and sharp. Let this story remind you the salt does not disappear, but when your heart grows vast, it no longer poisons you. You are free. The disciples who heard this parable remembered it always. When insulted, they did not clutch the bitterness. When anger arose, they breathed deeply and expanded their hearts. They became like the ocean, vast, patient, forgiving. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine yourself standing at the shore, the cool breeze brushing your face. The waves roll in, endless and calm. You breathe deeply, your heart expands, and the anger you once carried dissolves like salt in the sea. Only peace remains. In patience, you are vast. In forgiveness, you are free. Now, dear friend, let us continue to the next tale, The Prisoner and the Monk, where forgiveness becomes a key that unlocks freedom for both the captive and the one who forgives. The Prisoner and the Monk. In a distant land, there was a prison that stood on the edge of a great forest. Its walls were high, its gates heavy with iron, and its cells dark and cold. Many men had been confined there, some guilty of great crimes, others victims of harsh judgment. Among the prisoners was one man known for his fierce temper. His eyes were sharp, his voice rough, and he often quarreled with the guards and even with fellow inmates. He carried anger like a burning coal, clenching it tightly, though it burned his own hands. One day, a monk came to the prison. He was invited to speak to the prisoners, to bring them words of peace. The monk walks slowly through the stone corridors, his presence calm as a breeze in summer. When he entered the hall, many prisoners ignored him, but the angry man sneered loudly. "What can you teach us? You live free. We live chained. What do your words matter here?" The monk bowed his head gently. "Perhaps I too am a prisoner, and perhaps you too can be free." The man laughed bitterly. "Look at these bars. Look at these chains. You speak nonsense." The monk sat before him. "Yes, your body is confined, but tell me, is your heart not chained more tightly by anger? Even if the gates were open, would you be free while hatred burns within you?" The prisoner grew silent. For the first time, he considered that his greatest prison was not of stone, but of his own mind. The days passed, and the monk returned often. He spoke of patience, of forgiveness, of how anger is like drinking poison while hoping another will suffer. Slowly, the prisoner began to listen. Slowly, his anger softened. One morning, when the monk arrived, the prisoner bowed his head. "Master, I have thought long. I see now that my anger has bound me tighter than these chains. I wish to let it go, but how?" The monk handed him a small candle. "Light this flame and sit with it. Each time anger rises, imagine it as this flame. Do not fight it. Do not feed it. Only watch it. In time, it will burn low and go out. This is patience." The prisoner followed his advice. Day after day, he sat with his anger, watching it rise and fall. In time, the flame weakened. Forgiveness entered his heart, first for himself, then for those who had wronged him. When years later he was released, he stepped beyond the gates, not only free in body, but free in spirit. He no longer carried the chains of anger. His heart was light. The Buddha once said, "Though one should conquer 1,000 men in battle 1,000 times, he who conquers himself is the greatest victor." This story is also for us. How often do we live as prisoners, confined not by walls, but by anger, resentment, and pride? We may walk free in the world, yet our hearts remain chained. Patience is the key that unlocks these chains. Forgiveness is the gate that opens onto freedom. Meditation with freedom. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it gently. Again, inhale patience. Exhale anger. With each breath in, imagine chains around your heart. With each breath out, imagine them loosening and falling away. Breathing in, you feel the weight lift. Breathing out, you step beyond the gates of your prison. Now, imagine yourself walking freely in an open field. the sky vast above you, the wind cool upon your face. No anger binds you, no resentment holds you. You are free. Perhaps tonight you still feel imprisoned by old wounds or grudges. Let this story remind you, you hold the key. Forgiveness is not for others alone. It is for you. When you forgive, the gates open and your spirit is released. The disciples who heard this parable remembered it always. They practiced patience when anger rose. They forgave those who harmed them. And in this way, they discovered freedom deeper than any earthly release. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine sitting quietly with a small flame, watching it burn low until only peace remains. You breathe softly. The prison doors open. You step into the night, free at last. In patience, you unlock the chains. In forgiveness, you walk free. Now, dear friend, let us continue to the next tale, the two arrows, where the Buddha teaches that while pain may strike us once, anger and resentment are the second arrow we need not endure. The two arrows. One evening, as the monks gathered in the hall after meditation, a young disciple raised his hand and asked, "Master, why is it that even when I am hurt only once, I seem to suffer twice, or even many times over? I replay the pain in my mind, and it grows heavier. How can I find peace?" The elder monk smiled gently. "Let me tell you the teaching of the two arrows. Imagine a man walking through the forest," the master began. "Suddenly, an arrow strikes his arm. The wound is sharp and painful. That is the first arrow, physical pain, which comes to all living beings. But what if, after the first arrow, the man cries out, 'Why me? This is unfair. Who would harm me? I will never heal. I cannot endure this.' Then his fear, his anger, his resentment strike him again and again. This is the second arrow. It is not shot by another, but by his own mind." The disciples listened in silence. The master continued, "The first arrow we cannot avoid. Illness, injury, loss, disappointment, these belong to life. But the second arrow we do not need to carry. We can choose patience instead of anger, forgiveness instead of resentment. With wisdom, we suffer only once, not twice." The young disciple lowered his head, remembering how often he had been struck by both arrows. When a friend insulted him, the words were the first arrow. But his endless replay of anger was the second. When he failed in his duties, disappointment was the first arrow. But shame and self-blame became the second. He looked at the master. But how do I stop the second arrow from striking me? The master raised his hand slowly. When the first arrow comes, breathe. Feel the pain fully, without judgment. Say to yourself, "This is the first arrow. I will not shoot the second." Watch your anger, your fear, your resentment, and let them pass like clouds across the sky. This is patience. This is forgiveness. The Buddha once said, "While the wise feel pain with the first arrow, the foolish add the second. The wise avoid what can be avoided. The foolish multiply suffering." This story is also for us. In our daily lives, we all face first arrows: an illness, a harsh word, a failure, a loss. These pains cannot always be avoided, but how often do we add the second arrow? We cling to anger, replay the hurt, and multiply our suffering. Patience is the shield that stops the second arrow. Forgiveness is the hand that sets it down. With practice, we can face life's pains with courage, without adding more wounds of our own making. Meditation with the arrows. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it gently. Again, inhale patience, exhale resentment. With each breath in, imagine an arrow striking once, sharp but brief. With each breath out, imagine refusing to raise another arrow against yourself. Breathing in, you acknowledge the pain. Breathing out, you release the anger that follows. Now, imagine yourself sitting calmly in a forest. An arrow strikes, but you do not grasp it. You breathe. The wound heals. No second arrow follows. You are at peace. Perhaps tonight you carry both arrows. Someone's words hurt you, and then your own mind has struck again with anger or regret. Let this story remind you, the second arrow is in your hands. You need not release it. Choose patience. Choose forgiveness. In this way, you free yourself from needless pain. The disciples who heard this parable remembered it. When pain came, they bore it with patience. When anger rose, they forgave. And so they suffered only once, not twice. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine lying in a quiet forest clearing. The wind is gentle, the sky above wide and calm. You breathe slowly, knowing that pain may come, but anger does not have to follow. You rest deeply, free from the second arrow. In patience, you ease pain. In forgiveness, you free your heart. Now, dear friend, let us continue to the next tale, the endless shore, where patience and forgiveness guide us like steady waves, showing that even life's longest journeys can bring us to peace. The endless shore. Far to the south, beyond mountains and forests, stretched a vast sea. Its waters shimmered beneath the sun by day and glowed silver beneath the moon by night. Fishermen cast their nets along its edge. Children played in the sand, and travelers often stood still on the shore, gazing toward the horizon. It seemed endless, eternal, both comforting and mysterious. One evening, a weary pilgrim trod at a small monastery near the coast. His clothes were torn from travel, and his face was lined with sorrow. Bowing before the abbot, he said, "Master, I have walked for many years in search of peace. I have prayed in temples, climbed mountains, and wandered forests. Yet my heart still carries anger and grief. No matter how far I go, I feel as though I am walking endlessly, never arriving. Tell me, Master, how can I find rest?" The Master took him gently by the arm and led him to the sea. Together they stood as the tide rolled in, wave after wave. The monk pointed toward the horizon where the sky met the water. "Do you see that endless line? No matter how long you walk, the shore continues. No matter how far you sail, the horizon moves away. Life is like this. We long for a final destination, a place where troubles vanish forever. But the journey is without end. What matters is not reaching the farthest shore, but how you walk upon this one." The pilgrim frowned. "But Master, the waves never stop. They rise and fall, without rest. How can one endure this endless motion without despair?" The Master's eyes shone softly. "Do you see the shore beneath your feet? All day and all night, the waves crash upon it. Some are gentle, some fierce. Yet the shore does not fight them. It receives them again and again, without anger, without judgment. This is patience. This is forgiveness. The waves are life's insults, sorrows, and disappointments. You cannot stop them from coming, but you can choose how to meet them. Become like the shore, steady, endless, and free." The pilgrim stood silently. The rhythm of the sea echoed in his heart. Slowly, he felt the weight of his anger begin to soften. What had seemed like stones pressing on his chest now felt like grains of sand, carried away by the waves. His tears mingled with the salt air, and for the first time in years, he felt peace stirring within him. The Buddha once said, "Enduring patience is the highest practice. One who forgives walks freely, as though already upon the far shore. This story is also for us. How often do we wish for life's struggles to end once and for all? We say, if only this pain would disappear, then I could rest. Yet life is the endless shore, waves of joy and sorrow, gain and loss, praise and blame, rising and falling without end. Patience does not wait for the waves to stop. Forgiveness does not demand the ocean to grow still. Instead, they teach us to become vast enough to welcome everything. When we receive life as it comes, without clinging, without resistance, we become the endless shore itself. Meditation with the endless shore. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it softly. Again, inhale patience. Exhale anger. With each breath in, imagine standing barefoot on the sand. With each breath out, imagine the waves rolling in, cool against your feet. Breathing in, you feel the water touch you. Breathing out, you let it retreat, carrying your worries away. Now, imagine wave after wave arriving, some gentle, some strong. You do not resist. You simply breathe. You are the shore, endless, steady, unshaken. Breathing in, you feel vast as the ocean. Breathing out, you forgive and let go. Perhaps tonight you feel tired from waiting for peace, tired from hoping for an end to struggle. Let this story remind you, the waves may not cease, but you can become vast enough to receive them. Patience is your strength. Forgiveness is your freedom. Together, they transform your heart into the endless shore. The disciples who heard this parable remembered it always. When anger struck like crashing waves, they did not resist. When hurt washed over them, they forgave. With patience, they became steady. With forgiveness, they became free. So tonight, let this story cradle you. Imagine standing at the ocean's edge beneath a sky filled with stars. The waves roll in, soft and eternal. The tide touches your feet, then pulls away, carrying all your worries with it. You breathe slowly. You rest deeply. You become the shore itself, endless, vast, and at peace. In patience, you endure all storms. In forgiveness, you arrive at the far shore. As our journey through these stories comes to an end, let us pause for a moment and reflect. We have walked through mountains and forests, sailed upon rivers, and stood by the endless sea. Along the way, the Buddha's teachings have guided us, showing again and again the quiet strength of patience, and the liberating power of forgiveness. We heard of the monk who sat calmly through the storm, teaching that no wind outside can disturb the calm within unless we allow it. We learned from the farmer who refused to accept anger, turning quarrels into peace. We bent like the bamboo in the wind, flexible yet unbroken. We saw a king who discovered mercy was greater than fear, and a cracked pot whose flaws nourished hidden beauty. We floated with the empty boat, realizing that many hurts are not personal, only carried by life's currents. We walked with the patient gardener who tended seeds through drought and storm, trusting in time. We forgave with the son who healed wounds within his own family. We dissolved anger like salt in the ocean, and we set ourselves free like the prisoner who unlocked the chains of his own mind. We learned not to fire the second arrow, and finally, we became the endless shore, vast enough to receive all of life without breaking. Each story has been a wave, gentle yet powerful, washing over your heart. Each has carried with it a seed of wisdom, that patience is not weakness, but quiet strength, that forgiveness is not surrender, but freedom. Together, they form the path of peace. The Buddha once said, "Patience is the highest ascetic practice. Forgiveness is the highest gift. In these, one finds peace unshaken." Now, dear listener, let us close our eyes and rest with these teachings. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it softly. Again, inhale peace. Exhale all burdens. With each breath in, imagine yourself walking beside a river at dusk. With each breath out, imagine placing your worries upon a small boat, letting the current carry them away. Breathing in, you feel calm. Breathing out, you feel free. Now, imagine the ocean before you. The waves rise and fall, timeless and steady. You are the shore, vast and patient. Every wave arrives, every wave departs, and still you remain unshaken. Breathing in, you rest deeply. Breathing out, you forgive completely. Perhaps you still carry a small weight in your heart, a word that hurt, a wound that lingered, a burden from long ago. Let this be the night you set it down. Patience teaches you that no storm lasts forever. Forgiveness teaches you that no wound must be carried forever. Tonight, you may rest free and light. The disciples who first heard these teachings remembered them not as distant words, but as daily practice. They breathed with patience. They forgave with ease, and in time, their hearts became wide like the sky, calm like the sea. You, too, can walk this path. You, too, can rest in this peace. So as you drift now into sleep, may your breath be steady like the tide. May your heart be vast like the ocean. And may your dreams be soft like moonlight on water. Patience will cradle you. Forgiveness will free you. And peace will carry you gently into the night. Rest well, dear friend. Rest deeply. Rest in peace.